we go. The microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it's supposed to be raining right now. We had all of 6 drops and it stopped. I'm hoping that rain will continue. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you here, though, and let's get at things. We'll start out by saying hi to everyone first off, and happy Monday for most of you, I guess. Tuesday in some places already. On screen, of course, we've got some archived footage of Mauna Loa and Hawaii, so that's what we got there. Early for me. Ooh, okay. Clicks in at number 26. Sharon Stewart, awesome. And yeah, welcome to everyone. We'll start out by saying hi to the moderators. Welcome to Arizona Snowman and Piggy and C&D Boy and Joseph Fields, Texas, as well as Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and possibly Lucas Snow, and maybe even Mona Lisa Smiles. So there's our moderators. Welcome, and I do see a few in here. Piggy was here just a bit ago. I seen Joseph in here, and I do see C&D Boy in as well, and I'm sure Arizona Snowman is hiding in the background. All good. And let's see, first person in today was Hermione and Fluffy. So Hermione and Fluffy get the cookies. Well, Hermione gets cookies and Fluffy gets a mouse. So there we go. And let's see, what else we got right off the bat. Do we have any big news? Not really. Let's see, quake-wise, we didn't have anything that is extraordinarily large. I'm not going to talk about, fives and stuff like that. That's relatively small in comparison to most of them. We do still have some tremor activity going on there at Loyalty Islands, so those are okay. Nothing too major in that sense. The biggest one there is a 5.5, and everything else looks relatively calm and small, so that's all okay. Let's see, I think Japan had a 5.1 as well, so nothing too crazy going on there. And what volcano? That is archived footage of Mauna Loa, and that is from, what is the date on that file? That is from December 4th is the file from Mauna Loa. No, it's not Etna. Speaking of Etna, Mount Etna did do a little bit of eruptive activity, but nothing that is crazy, and I'm, hoping that we're going to be able to see something in the future. Unfortunately, with all the cloud, it's just absolutely horrible and hard to see anything. So, Face the Sky, welcome. And if you're listening, and that is not Popocatépetl, that is what I'm showing is a Mauna Loa archive footage right now, if you're listening. And Etna, we will get to it, but Etna is in the clouds, so we're not able to see Etna physically from our cameras, at least the ones that I've got. access to. We'll take a look, and maybe during the break I'll try to bring up another one or two from Weather Sicily and see if that will show any other ones, and we'll go from there, because I'd like to see what is happening with wonderful Etna. And I know it did have an eruptive some activity on the southeast crater, so that would be nice to be able to get a little bit of info from it. But right now, the only ones that we really are seeing are not showing anything that is worthy or able to see any activity there. So Etna and Popo, same thing. Yeah, they are both kind of not the greatest right now. So Etna is still busy throwing out a lot of material, though, as far as dirty stuff. Mind you, so is Popo Cante Pedal, and it's been going pretty much all day long. And right now, yeah, I popped over to have a quick peek at Popo. It's not very good. Earlier this morning it was not bad viewing, but definitely not good right now. Again, it was running just about all night long. So Popo and Etna connect. I have no idea if they're connected. Anyway, let's get at things here and say hi to everyone. And we'll start out by saying hello to OneFish26, and then of course Face of the Sky, welcome. Sharon Stewart, welcome. Henry Nelson is here. Hermione and Fluffy, of course, who got the cookies and a mouse. Sarah is back. Welcome to Sarah. Brian, Perfectibility 999, also here. Thor, good evening or good morning to you, and glad to have you on board. Let's see, who else we got? We got Sharon Stewart, yes. Welcome, Sharon. Dan is in the house as well. And who else we got in here? Tom and Pepper. Welcome, Tom and Pepper. And let's see, Henry Nelson we got. Okay, scrolling up looking for other names. Sophie is here. Welcome back, Sophie. And still scrolling up. Did I say Dan already? I think I did. Philomena is here. Welcome, Philomena. And Dan, and Bill Kimmel also on board, and not that many people here today on Monday. They must all be busy. So anyway, if I didn't say your name, don't be offended. I do try to say hi to everyone in here. You know, like One Fish. I don't know if One Fish can hear me under the water or not. I'm still a little confused why One Fish uses a submarine once in a while. And Dan renewed his membership. Awesome, Dan. That is very kind of you. And thank you for that support. And let's see, who else we got? I don't see anyone else right now. Okay. What we'll do is we'll start out our wonderful traipsing around the planet as we always do with, I think we'll have a look at Hawaii first. Where the heck did my Hawaii go? Oh, I see what the problem is. It's raining in Hawaii. I wish we had some rain. Anyway, let's get at that right off the bat. We'll stop our canned lava, and we will get rid of the banners as well. Archived footage go away, and the big VolcanoX banner, there we go. Mid-Pacific dock, Hawaii. Yep, that is where we are going. So let's have a look at, oh, not very good looking right now. It's raining there. Hey, send that rain to me. Anyway, there's Helma crater, and yeah, Etna cams are no good right now. We've got a report on Etna though. I'll throw that in there in a little bit. Anyway, like I say, Helma crater. I'm not doing anything strange or weird. Still smoking or off-gassing as normal, I guess if you want to call it normal. Of course, that is Kilauea. And there we go. Let's take a look at some of the still images. I'm going to redo those. There you go. You can see the southeast lava pond, central vent, and of course the west vent with the smoke coming out of that northern portion there, or the little arm, if you want to call it that, and the old west vent. Not seeing any new fresh lava or nothing crazy. This bottom area here still kind of smoking away. I did not see any luminescence early this morning. I was checking. I didn't see anything on the photo, so we'll take a look and see maybe for tomorrow. We'll redo this shot real quick. This, of course, the B1 camera from the crater, and sitting on the side, and as you can see, quite steamy because of the rain. So visibility very poor, but we can still see Pig Island out there in the middle, and of course the other rocks sticking up and so on. Nothing really new or outrageous there, so we'll leave that one be. This is, of course, the thermal from yesterday. I'm going to redo that. We'll see what we've got. Popo reacted at Etna, looking for a link, doctor. I don't know if, I don't think the two would be linked in any way, shape, or form, other than the magma comes from down low. Anyway, this is the current thermal image from Helma, and we aren't seeing anything new, glowing or anything like that. We do still see our hotspot down here, so that is what we've got. Popo and Etna is speaking. Yeah, they are. They are always talking, telling us wonderful things. Anyway, that's Hawaii in a nutshell, you guys. So let's leave that be, and we'll make that a little bit smaller. And we're going to go take a look at what we got going on in Iceland next. And that is that shot. Whoop, I'm trying to click the right buttons here and make that a little bigger. As you can see, quite rainy / foggy there. We'll take a look about, let's see, we'll go 10 hours back and see what it looked like earlier today. So it was actually not bad looking there when I did check earlier. We do see that it was fairly clear. We do have clouds there, but at least it wasn't raining at the time. This shot, of course, from the Perlin Center, downtown Reykjavik, the capital city of Iceland, and that is what we've got there. Looks not bad, and we'll put that one back to live, and we will go take a look at the other shot. This one also from the Perlin Center, looking at the regional airport, and you can see how heavy and foggy it is there. And of course I will take a look at this shot. And yep, rain, you can see that rain really pushing in there. Anyway, it wasn't raining at the time 10 hours ago, so all cool, and nothing really too fancy there. Kate, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And Piggy says, you sound better, Dr. Fox. I do sound a little bit better. Actually, a lot of the sinus stuff is going, so still not finished with the sinus infection, but it is a lot better today. And the coughing has also dropped by a whole bunch, so I'm happy about that. Anyway, going to put this one back on live. We'll carry on with our, whoop, I wanted to make that smaller. we'll carry on with our show here. And of course, there is no visibility right now. That is from the Reykjanes Peninsula. We'll back that up about 10 hours as well and have a quick peek and see what it looks like. And there you go. You can see our steam geyser continuing over there. And I see they've turned on the output from several of the other ones. That's a good indicator that they are getting more steam there than a normal. And more steam usually means more heat. And if there's more heat, that means something has to cause it. Hence, possibly more magma intrusion. We'll see what happens. Unfortunately, visibility is so poor, we are not able to see Grindavik over there in the distance, nor anything of the top of Ragnar or anything else, gone off in the distance. You do see the geothermal power plant and the steam vents that the guys opened up to let off a lot of that extra steam because they have ample to run the power plant. And that's what they're doing with that. So let's continue on here. That is the current condition, and that is very, very foggy. Not a happy scene if you're out in the area. And we know Iceland is like that. It's the way it is. Looking at the next shot, this of course is Katla in the background somewhere. Let's back that up about 10 hours as well. And today we can actually see Katla if we go back and take a look at that. Well, actually I'm going to go back about 12 hours, or maybe not quite. Let's see. I'll see if we can find it in here. There was a time where I was able to see it really nicely. Somewhere around here. That's actually about 9 hours ago. 9.5 hours. You can see Katla, the ice mounds in the background here. That is the volcano Katla hiding underneath. And it actually looked like not a bad day there during the daytime for the wonderful tourists taking a look. Our water levels are a little bit less than yesterday, or maybe about the same. I really can't tell from this point right now, but that is what we had. So not too bad. If we go on, though, we see that the weather did diminish. This is about 6.5 hours, 7 hours ago, and Katla still visible, but not by much. And then we moved to about the 6-hour mark, and you can see it's started to rain. Typical weather for Iceland, nothing really weird or unusual. Let's put that back to live. That is the current shot right now, and you can see the rain and the clouds doing their thing. And you can see the cloud actually coming up and over the cliff here, and that's usually a really good indicator that it's kind of a normal Iceland weather. So we'll leave that be. Let's get over to the harmonic tremor charts for Iceland. I'm going to have to refresh that just so we have it completely up to date. And there we go. Yesterday, of course, we seen fairly interesting activity where it kind of peaked and dipped down a little bit and came back up, and it looked like it did try to come up a little bit more, but dropped off significantly. So our purple color, extremely low frequency, indicating typically some magma movement. Our green, of course, being one for seismic, and we see an uptick here in the seismicity as well as a drop off once again, and the same kind of uptick for the tectonic, which is our blue, and it looked like it had a little bit of a jump and dropped as well. So that is what we're seeing at Fagradalfjall. That's obviously where our wonderful Ragnar is located, and the Siggy Fisher. We'll take a look at a few other charts real quick. Next one that we want to have a look at is Askja, of course. And looking at Askja, our magmatic frequency going down slightly, and seems to have a little bit of a dip in the end here, just like the other one. Seismicity, the same kind of thing. That's our green color, and we see it moving down a lot further. And the tectonic, well, it does have a bunch of spikes in here indicating some earthquakes, but it's not a very thick line. That's telling you whatever is moving isn't very hard or heavy stuff. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now. Let's leave Aska be, and we're going to go take a look at the one for Grimsey. And Grimsey, of course, being our most northern inhabited point there for Iceland, and that is Grimsey Island. And as we can see, our magmatic did go up, dropped down a bit, and a little bit of an uptick again, and dropped off once more. So seismicity almost following along with it. And then we see kind of a really weird thing here. Looks like the tectonic was pretty much level, and then it dropped down near the evening hours here. So I'm not sure what the heck is going on there. We do see some spikes. Usually a good indicator that we've had some quakes in that area as well. We will find that out shortly. Next one is Grindavik, of course, which is to the southwest of Fragradalfjall, our wonderful Ragnar location. And we do see the same kind of an uptick and a drop off there as far as our magmatic or extremely low frequency. And same thing happening for our seismicity, as well as seeing kind of the same action for our tectonic, although it looks like it's a little bit heavier here. So kind of makes you wonder what's going on. One more chart to take a look at, and that would be Kristuvik. And of course, Kristuvik is to the northeast, whereas Grindavik is to the southwest of Fragradalfjall. So to the northeast, same kind of, pretty much identical as far as what we're seeing to our Fragradalfjall. Possibly a little heavier in action, but really about the same. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. Let's leave our charts be, and we will, yes, it's, what? Trifecting, anyone researching this? There's lots of people researching it all the time. We don't do heavy-duty research, but we keep an eye on it. It's an observational thing that we try to continue to do. Kevin Williams, welcome. Good to see you on board. Mona Alfano is also here. Welcome, Mona. And let's go over to our earthquakes and see what we've had. It does appear to be about 40 quakes in the last 24 hours, so a little bit more than what we had yesterday. And they seem to be, I see quite a pile sitting on top of Bardabunga, and then another pile up here by Grimsey. And so there's the island of Grimsey. And makes me wonder what the heck is going on. But we'll start down here in the Reykjanes Peninsula. And for those who are not familiar with the area, there's Reykjavik, the capital city, and there's Keflavik, the international airport, as well as Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Yardvik, and down here Grindavik, and the lighthouse area down here. And that is the power plant area we were looking at, and then of course the steam geysers over here. And let's have a quick peek, and we also want to mention the Blue Lagoon right in there, as well as the power plant beside it and the hotel over there. So Blue Lagoon right there. Anyway, let's take a look and see 0.76, 3.2 clicks down, 9 minutes after 8 a.m. And next one is a 0.84 in magnitude, very close to the surface, 135 meters down, 9:48 this morning. And this one is within our Fragedal Fjord area, but it's only a very small quake, 0.61, and that is 4.8 kilometers down. Actually came in yesterday at 23:35. And of course, Fragedal Fjord is that outline right in here. Welcome a full circle of Florida, good to see you. And a location of Ragnar is right there, and that's the Siggy Fisher. And moving over, there's a Krusovik, and we had a 0.99 there, 4.7 kilometers down, 4:51 this morning for him. And then going up a little bit more, we had a 0.73, 7.6 kilometers down from 9:28 right there. And well, not quite near that hot spot area, which is a little bit further over on the highway, but that is a 2.7 kilometers down from 2006. And then we've got this guy here, 1.76 in magnitude, 4.7 kilometers down, 12:24 was the time on that. Moving over, we don't see anything over here at Eyjafjallajökull, and this of course is Katla, nothing there, Hekla, nothing there. Let's grab this guy here, little 0.2, 984 meters down, 4:30 this morning for him. And then we've got a few other little quakes here. 0.99, thank you Piggy for the 5-minute warning on this 0.99, 2.4 kilometers down, 11:04 was the time on it. Next one is a 0.8, 5.2 kilometers down from 15:20, and then a 0.3, 7 kilometers down from 4:44 a.m. Now, nothing at Grimsvatn, but Bardabunga has a few quakes. And that's always interesting when we get a bunch in sizable in one area. We'll start with this 0.9, 4.6 kilometers down, 4:56 this morning. Then the newest one, I think, is this 0.9, 3.1 clicks down, 20:59 was the time on it. Then we have a 2.59, a little bit bigger, 4 kilometers down, 4:32 a.m. 2.45, 1.6 kilometers down, and that came in at 15:43. And this 2.61, and that came in at 19:48, and it was 3.86 kilometers down. So interesting to see a little bit of extra stuff there at Bardabunga. And of course, there we are at Askja, and Askja only had one little quake, 0.41, and 4.9 kilometers down, 4:25 this morning. Continuing on, let's go take a look at these ones. The latest one that showed up on the map is this 1 in magnitude, 5.8 kilometers down, 22:26 is the time on that. And then we had a 0.8, 6.3 kilometers down from 1914. And next one over is a 1.3, and that is 5.4 kilometers down, 21:20 is the time on him. And let's go work our way from the bottom up on these ones. Another 1.6, 800 meters down, 21:21 was the time on that guy. Then a 1.9, 5.7 kilometers down, 11:07. And 2.5, 6.1 kilometers down, 3:06 this morning. Next one is a 2.1 from 16.4 kilometers down, quite deep, at 2:57 a.m. for him. Oh, I need to click on something else here. I need to zoom in. There we go. And that is a 2.35, 10 kilometers down, a 5:28 this morning. And a 1.01, 10 clicks down, 5:11. This is a 1.08, 10 kilometers down, 421 as well. And this one, 1.09, 10 kilometers down, 318. 0.95, 10 kilometers down, 518 this morning. 1.15, 10 kilometers down, 2:55 a.m. 1.06, 10 kilometers down from 312. Next one over is a 1.8 of 10 kilometers down from 1027. And then we've got a 1.22, 10 kilometers down from 344 this morning. And then another bigger one again, 2.09, 10 kilometers down from 306 this morning. And then a 1.37, 10 kilometers down, 1107 is the time on him. 1.78, 10 kilometers down from 517 this morning. 1.58, also 10 kilometers down, 257. And then this last one here of 1.52, 10 kilometers down, and that came in at 503. And one more, there we go, 1.8 up on the top end, 9.1 kilometers down, 503 for that guy as well. So is there something happening there? We don't know. That, though, is all right on the plate boundaries or very close. So I'm thinking a majority of that is a tectonic plate movement, especially over here at Bardabunga. And then I'm surprised we're not seeing anything. If there is such a massive shift in plate stuff, there's nothing here. Break time, Dr. Fox. Thank you, Piggy. And that is an awesome little super chat. And Piggy, I'm just going to write that down. Piggy. And there we go. And thank you very kindly for starting out the super chats. That's awesome. And thank you very kindly. That is really nice of you to help out and support. And you do a wonderful job with that. So anyway, our major concern here, of course, we want to see something happening at Eruption. That is, you know, I want to see Ragnar go again. We know that, right? Everybody knows that. Everybody wants that. Anyway, let's take a break. Need to do that, save my voice and my sanity. And after the break, we will carry on with other volcanoes around the world. I think instead, well, we'll go to the Azores, but after the Azores, I think we'll do our stuff over in Italy next, so we can take a look and see what's happening there. And then from there, we'll move back over to Mexico and see. So we'll try to run it that way. Here's some, well, the canned lava. Let's turn that back on. There it is, canned lava. And that, of course, is a Mauna Loa from, when is that from? December 4th of last year. Anyway, keep smiling for those good people who are here. If you have not yet, hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you're new and you haven't subscribed, sitting on the outside peeking in, consider hitting that subscribe button if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will take a break. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And yep, you guys are talking about all kinds of things here about tree houses and interesting stuff when you were young. Well, you know, I live in being a fox. We, you know, of course, live in a fox den and in the ground. I'm kidding. It's okay. We had a house. Anyway, sneak attack. And don't attack people there, Piggy. Thank you for. Okay, who says? I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart, and thanks Henry and Mona Alfano, welcome and good to see you. And let's see, who else said welcome back? Full Circle Florida, and Piggy did as well. And I think I got everyone. There's a lot of sneaky stuff going on. I think shenanigans or something. Anyway, let's park our can lava once again. And we will get on. Poke with the you're poking with the crutches. You figured out how to use them, huh? Thank you, Hermione and Fluffy. Oh, Piggy, what are we gonna do with you? Poking people with the crutches. Everyone, be careful. Piggy has crutches, and she knows how to use them, or at least she figured it out. Let's just hope she doesn't fall over while she's using them. Anyway, let's go take a quick peek. There is the island of São Jorge is where we are. And there's one of the villages there, and of course the harbor glowing their lights, and you can see the shimmer in the water here. And you do see some lights of Pico Island off in the distance. Unfortunately, nothing major happening there. Taking a look at the other shot, this of course is the cove we always look at and check for white water levels. And we do see a little bit of white water there, so the ocean isn't exactly quiet, but also not really rough. So yeah, I still don't recommend a really small boat. That is the Atlantic Ocean after all, so you want to have a sizable craft if you're going out there. I did check the other chart here and didn't see anything new. The last two were on the 19th on there for São Jorge, not Pico Island. This is Pico Island. This chart is only for São Jorge. But I did refresh this other map, and we wanted to see in the area. And of course I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you can see this is São Jorge, Pico Island, Fayal Island over here. And this is Terceira, and we're going to zoom in on Terceira and see a new quake 3 hours ago, 2.5. And that one was 7 kilometers down, so a little bit deeper. That came in at 20:33 GMT or UTC if you like. And there of course is Terceira, a volcano. And nothing else happening on there, so that's the only quake there. I'm going to zoom out just so you guys can see where we're at as far as in the middle of the Atlantic. Down here is the Canary Islands. This is Portugal, Spain, France, England, and Ireland, and of course over there is Iceland up at the top, Greenland obviously, and then yeah, Greenland obviously because it's all white. And then down here is Newfoundland, and then of course Nova Scotia. But Piggy is not Piggy. Sue is over having dinner with her daughter, so she's not there to wave at us. That is okay. Anyway, we'll leave that guy be. Next place I think I wanted to take you, as I mentioned, was over to our wonderful shot of Mount Etna. Well, we'll take a look. And this is Etna at present, and we aren't seeing any luminosity or incandescence, if you want to call it that. We'll go back a bunch of hours, 11 and a half hours, and we see clouds, nothing but clouds. going to about that 10-hour mark. Still nothing but clouds, unfortunately. So as far as visibility of Etna today is pretty much nil. Okay, and it doesn't matter where we see it. There you can see just a little bit of the base right there. Unfortunately, the cloud work is just horrendous. There you can see a little bit more. You can also see a little bit of a plume in addition to the cloud work here, and that is coming from the southeast crater. And let's see if that clears up anything. This is just about, well, hang on, 8:40 p.m. Their time. That is what we're seeing. And just after that, it got darker there, and you couldn't see a heck of a lot. So, unfortunately, no visibility, even when we go to the other camera views. Let's see, this one here, and we'll take a look and see if we see anything there. And I don't believe that I can, and really not a heck of a lot going there. So yeah, that is kind of the close-up view there, and we're not seeing anything. It's absolutely just messy as far as cloud is concerned. So we'll make those back to live and small, just so we have that. And we do have the two views there. Unfortunately, neither one of them is giving us any indicator of any luminosity. Quick peek at the chart as far as seismicity and what's going on there. And we noticed, you know, since it had its major eruptive point there and threw out some material, most of everything has gone back down and kind of ceased. And I mean, it's gone way down. And if you kind of compare this line here as your flat line, and there's your average that it was doing prior to its little eruptive state, and this was the eruption from the southeast crater, and you can see we've dipped right back down. So we're back in the basement, unfortunately, and I'm not happy about that, but hey, there's not much more we can do with that. Let's leave that there. We do have a report from Volcano Discovery, and we'll take a look at that one. So first off, we want to look at that photo. There it is. This was observed on a skyline, apparently, and they did send in a photo. And that is showing the new lava flows showed up traveling down the western flanks of the southeast crater as the sky got cleared out. And that is an awesome shot. And we can see the lava flow here definitely going down. Unfortunately, we have no visibility. And oh, aloha, Kathy. Welcome. Good to have you on board. Please please don't move me without warning. Okay, Piggy, I will make sure that you stay still. We want to keep you still. Anyway, that is what we were seeing there. Thermal image of the lava flow is this shot here, and of course that came in yesterday at 1818 was the time on it. So kind of makes you wonder what we've got going on, but definitely showing us a little bit of action there at Etna, and we will hopefully see more. And it says a large ash column of pyroxysm eruption yesterday as detected by satellite from a space, a Sentinel-3 image, and you can definitely see what's going on there. So pretty cool looking. And let's see what we got. I don't know what that's all about. Ash, yeah, I don't know. That's not a recent photo. Neither is that. Anyway, let's read real quick here. The unstable activity at the volcano continues over the past 2 weeks or so. A new lava flow, a fountaining episode, likely to be classified as a paroxysm, and took place from the southeast crater yesterday. Visibility of the eruptive phase was very limited due to the dense clouds, but the Sentinel-3 satellite image detected a huge gray ash plume showing an umbrella region as the top. As the top of the column. Yeah, cool. And the volcanic ash advisory reported spewing ash to an estimated 7 kilometers altitude and drifted to the southwest, and that is from INGV. So interesting to see that. Definitely want to see more happening from our wonderful Etna, and that is what we've got there. So ash up to about 23,000 feet or 7 kilometers roughly, and that is what they were seeing. And well, very little of that was being seen, but that's what they've got there. Let's carry on with a few other ones, and let's take a look in Africa. While we're over here in that part of the world, we'll jump down to the African continent. And I thought this was kind of a nice shot here. Nyamuragira volcano in the DR Congo area. Emissions of incandescent lava on the western flank illuminated Goma city, and that is a pretty awesome shot. If I click on that, they make it a little bit too small, but definitely interesting to see that. And let's see, do they have the other ones? No, that's a different one. I'm going to leave that be. And a quick read of what the headlines were. A vigorous effusive eruption at the volcano remains active, according to updated information from the local I can't even say it today. I can't get my tongue around it. Anyway, this Charles Balagizi, if I said that right, volcanologist. There, I got it. Boy, my tongue's not working. The lava continues to be active and advance over the western flank of the edifice with Virunga National Park, within Virunga National Park. All right, I got that. And that is pretty cool to see. So again, that shot is like that. Unfortunately, not the best photo, but hey, it's good to see what they've got going on there. Now, we did have a second report from there as well. And let's take a look there. This is the second report, and that shot is a little bit further back, and you can definitely see the luminosity. Lava flow emission Brighton Goma city, and that is what we've got there. And obviously, you know, there's a lot of ash and material flowing there as well. Looking at the other ones, here's their statement. It is written in French. I can't read that very quickly, so we'll leave that be. And where's that? Oh, that's Santorini. That is got nothing to do with us. All right, let's leave that there. And a quick read here. The effusive eruption at the volcano continues and remains essentially unchanged at elevated levels. The Observatory Volcanic de Goma reported that the lava continues to keep the flow active on the western flanks and slowly advancing towards the volcano's edifice. The nighttime glow and near constant emissions are being visible from Goma city. Nice shot there. I do like that, so that is pretty awesome and cool. I like it. So there you go, a little bit of activity in Africa. And again, don't need that. Okay, I will leave that report alone. We did take a look at Etna. We took a look at the other report as well. We'll head off over to the other side, or we'll go to Mexico now. So let me kill this and put it back on here just so I have it where I need it, and we will go to Mexico, and there is Mexico. That will be our Popocatépetl. Just got to get on the right screen, make that a little bit bigger, and of course you can see that a big ugly cloud hanging right in our way, so I'm making things a little difficult to see. It was visible a few minutes ago, but not for very long. And let's see if we can get back just to the right spot here, somewhere around here, almost visible. We do still see a snow on the volcano, and yeah, I don't think we were able to see too much there. It has been busy, tremendously busy all day long. If we go back a little bit further, there you can see a little bit more of that snow still sitting there, but we're going to go back a whole bunch of hours to get out of those clouds, and this is about 8 hours ago, and there you can see that plume continuing to be ejected up, and if you note around the top rim here of the caldera, there's a lot of snow missing, and that is because there's been a lot of little bits of lava and tephra coming out of there as it continues to do what it's doing. So nice to see the snow, but not doing us a darn bit of good. Let's back that up a little bit more, a little better visibility. This, of course, 9:46 a.m., and that is what we had going on there. If we go back a little bit more, it doesn't really matter where we go. The flow or output was continuous. This is 9:05 a.m. There you can see some of the extra ash being dropped out here, and if it was dark out, you'd actually be able to see the glowing lava embers, and unfortunately, because of what it is, we are unable to see it during the daytime. If we go back a little bit more and see what we had there, this is 8:30. Same kind of thing, and again you can really see it well now. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Tom. As far as the top of that caldera being cleared out a whole bunch, and this is a 5:51 a.m. is I've gone back as far as we can here, and that is what we see. That is doing its thing. If we move ahead a little bit, I want to get it to the golden time, and that is about here, and there you actually see a little bit heavier pluming, and again nicely lit with the rise of the sun, creating a golden view. So nice to see that, and of course it continues to throw out a lot of that tephra and ash and everything else, and the gases during the night. Of course, the clouds were so heavy in there you couldn't see a heck of a lot, but you could see the glow, and on occasion you would see some lava embers popping out on the bottom here, coming down the sides of the hill. Unfortunately, I didn't record any of it because it really wasn't worthwhile recording because of the visibility. Let's put that back to live for right now. I'm going to turn the microphone on. I just want to see if we can hear it. On occasion we hear it erupting. Yeah, we can hear it, but it's It's not very noisy right now. During the night last night, I had that on, and you know, even though you couldn't see a heck of a lot, you'd hear a lot of popping and stuff. And I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. Anyway, I'm going to turn that volume back down and turn it off on the stream itself. Otherwise, I'm going to have audio blasting here during the course of a break or something. Let's go to the other shots. Again, very hard to be able to see it. This is a classic view, though, of the volcano. 8:30 this morning. You can kind of see how that plume was going up and out and billowing up and out. Pretty cool. And that is at 8:30 this morning. We'll get a little bit better there as far as quality of picture. So that is what it looks like. Pretty standard stuff. And like watching Popocatépetl being busy. So very, very interesting. Next volcano, of course, on our agenda. We're going to make that one smaller, and the first one as well. We'll go over to Fuego. And this is the present condition at Fuego. Just coming out of the clouds, sort of. Well, maybe. But we're not seeing a heck of a lot. Now, I tried looking at it, and a majority of the day it was just socked in clouds. There were a few spots where I thought the clouds were going to clear, but no such luck. So, you know, when you're looking at this kind of a scene, you think, oh yeah, it's going to pop out, but no, it didn't. So that is the current condition right now. So we really have no idea what it really did. And yep, I'm going to be just about there. And there is a Masaya volcano down in Nicaragua. And we'll just do a quick refresh. There is a Masaya right now. And that is a current photo. You can definitely see the bottom of the caldera with the fresh lava down there. And of course, the smoke emanating out of it. What we will do is we'll leave Chile and the Popocatépetl report for after the break, after bacon seeds. So right now it is a time for me to take another break, and we will take a look at bacon seeds after the break, and then our so-called secret volcano. Keep smiling, be good, be kind. Hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. If you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. I do have to have a sip of Pepsi though. Hang on. Hang on. I forgot my Pepsi. Yeah. Too many emojis. You're lucky. Cananaska's country, you're lucky Piggy didn't see you. You know the old number is 5. You don't want to go over that. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and C&D Boy and Full Circle Florida and Mona, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart. Yeah, I know. You get carried away sometimes, and that happens. Anyway, let's just park our canned lava for right now. There we go. We'll freeze it in action. Piggy went to sleep. Yes, she's still listening while she's trying to go to sleep. Hopefully she'll be okay. Anyway, let's get over to the bacon seeds. And of course, Piggy sent these lovely bacon seeds. This is the last one from yesterday. And we will see. And of course, that is Piggy doing her thing. And you know, she's got those new crutches, so I know she was feeling pretty boppy and bouncing around. But let's take a look and see what we've got happening today. This is a continuation from yesterday's of the swimming ones, and that is all good. So that is pretty nice. And I have to go yell at a magpie. No, maybe not. Okay, a magpie is behaving. Uh-oh, a magpie is trying to take a bath. No, maybe not. Yeah, I think the magpie had second thoughts. Anyway, that's the first one. I like him. He's got a white fur and a nice snout bopper. And he's in the water doing his thing, so no hogwash required. These are self-cleaning pigs. Next one is this one. He's swimming around out there, and of course in that shot you see a lady swimming behind him, or well, I don't know, she's kind of bobbing around there, and there's a manta ray down there as well. So there's the snorkel, of course, is up, and that is a pretty cool thing. Cooksters says a magpie capital of Canada. Well, I don't know if it's really the capital of magpies here, but we have a lot of them. Anyway, let's get to our next swimming pig picture. And, well, I don't know if he's swimming. No, he's not swimming. He has got himself a starfish. And that is pretty cool. And, of course, this one is not all white. He's got spots. Interesting to see that he would go check out a starfish like that. Very cool. Bobbing, yep, popping a starfish. I don't think that starfish would have done anything to deserve that, but hey, he gets it anyway. Gotta practice. Gotta keep in practice. Next, the bacon seed is this guy. Is a little one sharing some kind of treat with the lady on the beach there that was suntanning. And that's just a little guy. So pretty awesome to see. Unfortunately, the photo is not the best, but hey, it is what it is. That is pretty cool. I like it. And yeah, they're not shy, are they? Next one is this shot. And we have a whole bunch of bacon seeds. They're all cuddled together, keeping warm. And that is what we refer to as a piggy pile. I'm not sure how many there are there. Looks like at least 6 from what I can tell from this shot, but I'm not going to count them all. I knew pigs could fly, but had no idea they could swim. Actually, Full Circle, Florida, you'd be surprised. They love the water. They will literally jump into the water off of diving boards and all kinds of stuff. And it is amazing to see. that pigs will do that. They are really good swimmers from what they could do. And yeah, they fly well too, I guess. Anyway, next bacon seed is this one. Snoozing with his sweater on underneath a heat lamp in the, of course, in the sty, keeping warm. That is a wonderful bacon seed. Gotta love it. And we'll keep going here. And no hogwash required for him. He's staying nice. And that is really awesome. And next shot is this one. This is Piggy out at the beach and enjoying a margarita. And doing some sun tanning, obviously. Pretty awesome looking. So there you go. And yeah, a slurp, slurp, slurp. Gotta love it. Next bacon seed is this one. And this one is a pink tutu or something. That is looks like a fuzzy pig. Well, the pig itself doesn't look too fuzzy, but everything else around it is. That is awesome, and you gotta love it. And yep, very cool. Let's the great pink polka dot bikini. Yeah, that was what it was. Here's one that is a little bit out of focus, but yeah, there's some wings, and you can bet that one will likely fly. Maybe one day you'll do puppies instead of pigs. No wait, the baby bears. No wait, baby elephants. No wait. No, we'll stick with piggies. Actually, surprisingly, we are well over 3,000 different pig photos. So yeah, we're getting up there as far as the numbers are concerned. Okay, we've got one more bacon seed for today, and it is a nice shot. So let's have a look at that. That is, of course, a piggy. And she, oh, hang on, I wasn't supposed to show that one. That's Piggy's true self with her horns. Oh, hang on, that is not a boar, it is horns. The devilish look, yes, a devil, a piggy. And look at the smirk on that guy's face, or her face. That is the way it is. Definitely a happy camper. Anyway, that's our wonderful bacon seeds for today. A big thank you to Piggy for sending those in, and they were awesome photos. And of course, that adds a few more to the inventory. And you know, we do have actually over 3,500 different photos, but I have to take probably a couple hundred out of there for duplicates. And I'm guessing that we've got at least 3,200 photos, different photos of pigs. So that is kind of neat, and that is a lot of bacon seeds. Anyway, let's go over and take a look at our mystery volcano for today. I have to restop this. Stop, I say. Stop. There we go. And let's turn on the, well, we're going to turn that little archived footage off. And here comes the mystery volcano. It's a beautiful picture. I liked it. And I am going to kind of snicker because a lot of people are not going to know which volcano this is. And we won't give hints for a little while. So go ahead and somebody tell me, what volcano is that? Oh, that slow shutter speed. Yeah, I do like that. And it does show that lovely, lovely pluming of that Strombolian style eruption. So it's not a Stromboli, sorry, a CND. And no, it is not Mount Etna either. And I know that it's Full Circle, Florida. La Palma is an island, not a volcano. And anyway, any more guesses? We'll have to. No, it's not Fuego. Sorry, unfortunately not. I was expecting to see that pop up there, Sue, but a lot of people would have thought that might have been a Fuego, but it is not. It is not. And any more guesses? I think I'm going to be able to stump you guys 2 days in a row. That would be awesome. No, it is not a Popocatépetl. Sorry, Sarah. No. That's the best I can do. Okay. No worries, the Full Circle, Florida. And no, Cookster, it's not Merapi. No, definitely not. I don't believe Merapi is really known for Strombolian style eruptions. And that is a hint. Okay. My two best guesses. Okay. No, Dan, it is not Semeru either. No, sorry. Reventador? No, it is not Reventador. Sorry. And let's see, any more guesses? I think I may have stumped you guys again today. All right, time to drop a hint, I think. No, it's not Villarica. Sorry, it's not Stromboli. No, definitely not Sharon. Sorry. And all right, I will drop the first hint. No, it's not Cumbre Vieja. There, One Fish 26. I want a Strombolian pizza. And Sue wants hints. Okay, first hint, it's within the ring of fire. Within the ring of fire. And that is your first hint. Nyiragongo? No, it's not Nyiragongo. Sorry, it's within the ring of fire, Cookster. And Mayan, no, Mayan, it's not Mayan, and it's not Merapi, no, sorry. Tea, please. Yeah, I'll take some of that. But no. So far, we're doing good here, keeping the predators at bay. And this is a decent shot. I like this photo. What did I spell it wrong? Well, you spelled Mayon wrong. It's Mayon, but still, it's in the incorrect one, Sarah. And it is not Cotopaxi either. Nope. And sorry, Sue. And no, Dan, it's not a sweet. Well, it's a sweet picture, but it's not called volcano. A sweet volcano. Oh boy. I know. I'm being funny here. So, all right. Let's see. Don't make me go look and see where it is. I stumped you guys again. Really? Are you guys for sure stumped again? I am that. No, it's not Sakurajima. Sorry. Oh, let's see if we can find it on the big map. Oh, I'll have to click on some buttons here and find it myself to spot it exactly where it is here. And I know where it is. I'm just trying to kind of get better directions as to where I can guide you to. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just looking at it, and there. Well, I don't want to say that hint. I think I'm going to keep my mouth shut for hints. More hints, please. Oh my God. Oh, I knew that was coming, huh? More hints. All right, I will give you another hint. It is in the northern hemisphere. Okay, and that is a huge hint. It is in the northern hemisphere. No, it's no, not a popo, a catty, cat, cat pee. No, cappy. No, it's not popo. They're Cananaska's country. And the first letter bit. No, I'm not doing that, Cookster. My spelling isn't good. That's okay, Kananaska's country. And no, it's a mountain, not a Mount Erebus. I just mentioned it is in the northern hemisphere. No, it's not Mount Fuji. Have I got you guys stumped 2 days in a row again? Holy macaroni. No, within the ring of fire. Within the ring of fire. It's not in Iceland. That is not in the ring of fire. The ring of fire is around the Pacific Rim. It's not Karimsky. Sorry there, Sue. Sorry, sneeze it. Darn it. No, not Mount Shasta either there. One fish. Thank you. No, it's not ASO. Definitely not. Thank you. And not Sakurajima. No. Yeah, 750 active volcanoes, and I know it's hard to deal with. So I think I have officially stumped you guys 2 days in a row. And no, it's not Olympus Mons. No, it's on Earth, Air Force Sailor, and welcome. And no, it's not Dacono either. Sorry. Henry's putting up the flag. Oh, it's not Ibu either, Sue. No. Remember what I said, it is in the northern hemisphere. All right, so that should be a huge hint. And it is within the ring of fire. So that is pretty good. All right. I think we've got, no, it's not Suwanoshijima. No, wait. It is one in the ring of fire. Yeah, it is one that's within the ring of fire, Full Circle, Florida. And no, Sarah, it's not Shivelish. Sorry, it's not Cleveland either. Sorry, Sue. And I think we're just about good for hints and good for everyone doing their thing. No. Sue's going to list every volcano she knows. Sarah's giving up, throwing in the flag, and that is good. And no, it's not Bezimiani either. Somewhere near the Alaskan Peninsula. That's the Alaskan Peninsula is not a volcano. Sorry. No, it's not. That should be another hint. Mount Johnny Cash. No, sorry. It is not. All right, I think that is enough. I'm going to give you guys another 30 seconds here. If nobody guesses it, and that'll be it for it, and that'll be 2 victories in a row for me. And the 30 seconds will be up in another about 15 seconds. Let's see. It starts with an R. No, it doesn't. No, and Full Circle, Florida, throwing up a flag too. And it's not Fuji. No, sorry. And no, it's not Mount Shoot either, other Kananaskis country. And all right, we're done. All right, you guys will have to surrender, and I am giving you the name of this wonderful volcano, and you're going to kick yourselves. And this is in Guatemala. It's a Pacaya. Pacaya volcano. His closest active neighbor is Fuego. It's a Pacaya volcano, and that is a beautiful shot of a Pacaya. And a Cookster says, dang it. That is 2 days in a row I got you guys. And that is a gorgeous shot. I love the way they had that, and really nice. I just couldn't remember that one. Sorry, Sue. Yep, and that, of course, for those good people who aren't familiar with where that is, we can show you here, and we'll zoom in a little bit. Of course, the map here is pretty easy going, so if we zoom in, this is Guatemala region. There is Fuego, and then we go over, and between Fuego we've got what is it? Agua, water volcano, and then a Papakaya, or a Pacaya, and there's a Fuego, there's a Pacaya, and there's whatever the other one is, but that is where it is. Very close. This is Guatemala City itself, so it gives you a pretty good idea where it is. And if we zoom in a little bit, that better depicts it. So Fuego there, and where's our other one over here that's active? That is over here, Santiaguito, and then of course this is Pacaya, and there we go, and there's Guatemala City. So pretty awesome to see that. That is good. It is just about break time, so I will get ready for another break and do my thing. I'm going to put this, actually zoom that out so we can see what we've got here. And that is within the ring of fire, and it is in the northern hemisphere. And we'll make that a little bit less traffic on there. There we go. And put us back on earthquakes. And I am going to put this back over here. So Pacaya, a beautiful shot. And we will go back to our wonderful, lovely lava from Mauna Loa. And I am going to go take another break. So hang in there, you guys. I'm still waiting for that rain to come down. We had 6 drops and no more. And I'm hoping for a bunch more rain here. Really looking forward to getting things wet. And hopefully it will happen. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, sitting in the Lurkers Lounge peeking in, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes, and don't go away. Thanks. go. Microphone is back on, and wow, what a trip. Thank you for the welcome backs from Kananaskis country in Full Circle, Florida. It is on. Thank you, Sue, and thanks for the welcome back. All good there, you guys. And yeah, I actually I was in the kitchen and I heard all of a sudden the music stopped, and I thought, well, hang on, that song isn't over yet. And I ran back in here and realized that the computer locked up all by its lonesome. And that is weird. But anyway, we're back. We're doing our thing. So hang in there, guys, and thank you for sticking around. Appreciate that. Don't know why the computer would have locked up. It had really no reason to do that. Thank you, Sharon Stewart, for the I Hear You, DrFox2000, and all good. And Bob, C&D boy, still here as well. Excellent. Okay, let's park our can lava. We still have a lot of stuff to cover, so let's get at it. And of course, we were in our locked up gremlins. I have no idea why they would have done that. Anyway, we were looking at this one at the Messiah volcano, and I'm surprised that shot came back, because that is a nice shot. We actually get to see the arc of the lava, if you want to call it that, down there, deep down in the pit. You don't ever want to fall in there. You'll never get out. You'll be done and toast. Well, actually, you'll be more like roast, but that won't last long. It will disintegrate you. That temperature is somewhere around, I don't know, 1,000 degrees Celsius, approximately, give or take 100. And you would not want to fall in there. Anyway, let's continue on looking at some of the other ones. Unfortunately, the nice view of our Chilean volcanoes has, because it reset, has disappeared, and although that is what it is, so we're not going to spend a lot of time in Chile. Lascar, of course, you can see it there, seems to be not emitting anything. And Laguna del Mole, all I can say is they had another snowstorm there, so there was a heck of a lot of snow. And as far as Villarrica, we were not able to see Villarrica because of clouds. So that is that report. I did say we had a report on Popocatépetl we wanted to hit, and that is this report here. And let's see, Popocatépetl, Mexico, volcanic alert level raised to 3. Eruption sent ash up to 32,000 feet recently. So when we are looking at that shot, that is from the 21st, which is yesterday, from Sentinel-2, and you can certainly see the way that spread out and the height of it, and very, very tall plumes coming out of there. And you see those nasty clouds around it as well that limited our visibility, unfortunately. And notice they're just around the volcano stuff, and they're not over here or there. Clouds go away. But anyway, that is what we had going on there. And here's another shot of it. And of course, we have seen similar scenes with the output from our wonderful Popocatépetl, and that is of course about 70 kilometers southeast of our wonderful Mexico City. Let's see, any more photos? No, I think that is the last one showing it. And that's a nice sunset. Eastern sky at dawn is what it says on the bottom caption. It doesn't say where it is though. And this is a nice Strombolian looking style effect, but Again, doesn't tell you which volcano it is. I hate when they do that. I really do. I wish they would put down what volcano that photos from. It says bright eruptions from the central crater and glowing from a northeast vent, and a smaller eruption from the western vent. And I have no idea which volcano that is. So kind of neat to see. I wish they could credit the flippin' photographer. Well, they did credit the photographer in this one, and that is Tom Pfeiffer that did that. And that is for volcanodiscovery.com. And this is one of the rare ones that they did actually credit the photographer. But they didn't put down where the volcano is. You know, that is something simple. And, you know, did Tom Pfeiffer create this on Paint Shop Pro, or did he actually take a photo of it? I'd like to know where it is. So it is beautiful. And this one is, it has the crater name, obviously, a large lava flow descending from Boca Nuova crater, and that is in Etna, 1999. And again, they don't copy or didn't credit anyone for it, and that is what we've got there. So the entirety of that line that you see, that's it. So I wish they would. He is a volcanologist. Well, I would hope so, Cookster. I don't think he was a dentist. I know, I'm being punny. Anyway, getting back to this photo, let's get rid of the advertising on the side. Alert status of the volcano is raised to level 3 as the activity continues at high levels, characterized by a stronger than usual volcanian type explosions. The decision about the alert status change was made by the Scientific Advisory Committee yesterday based on the ongoing volcano's activity. Strong eruptive phase at the volcano continues to throw a large amount of incandescent lava fragments from its summit crater onto the various oriented slopes. Grayish ash-rich plume, gray ash-rich plumes columns reached 32,000 feet or 9,800 meters and in height, and drifted east over the past 48 hours. And seismic records registered 1,136 minutes of volcano tectonic tremors and 31 ongoing emissions of water vapor, gas, and ash over the past 24 hours. So pretty awesome to see that. And of course, we have been keeping an eye on Popocatépetl because of its eruptive activity. And we love hearing the sound of the popping noises and everything else that goes along with it. So very, very cool. And we'll leave it there. Let's leave that one be. I'm going to put it back on Popocatépetl. Unfortunately, we got commercials right now. So let's leave it there for a second, and then we'll go back and skip the ad as we can see it there. And there's the volcano. And yeah, that's unfortunate, but we're not going to see the volcano right now. It is a volcano gray. So let's leave that be. Next one on our list, and I am going to make this one smaller here to avoid disruptions. Hey, Grandma B is here. Welcome, Grandma B. I hope you're doing okay, and you're all prepped for your operation tomorrow. and that should be successful for you. Let's take a look and see what we see at our wonderful Merapi. And let's see if Merapi made us happy. Going back, this is 7:57 a.m. Right now at their local time, but let's see if we can find anything happening at Merapi earlier this morning. And we did have a couple spots where it was outputting some lava, and this is one of them, and I managed to be able to get it so I can go a full screen with that. There we go. And there is some bacon flow, and we do like that, so that is pretty awesome. And of course we can see the seismicity on here as well, and showing us what's happening. A tremor chart here showing a lot of activity. Cool to see that, and of course the way it's spreading out, always nice. Full Circle Florida saying, well, it's time for me to run. My dog Faith decided it is time to play. She is my best friend and has been sick for a while, so time to play. Have a great night all. Full Circle Florida, you go do that and keep Faith happy, and keep that wonderful animal going. They do need that company, so all good. And let's see, and we did have a couple of other really good-sized eruptions as well. This is one of them here, and we'll let that one play through. I know it's a break time, but we're going to just show this one, and we'll maybe show the other volcanoes here real quick as well, that are on this particular scene here, which will be our Ruapehu and Taupo. So we'll take a look at those. But this was some lovely lava coming down the mountain, and this is actually a higher volume output on this particular shot. As you can see by the seismicity, it really did start out pretty heavy right off the bat, and that is a lot of lava coming down in one blow. So that is pretty awesome, and a little bit more yellow than we normally see in there. So it's kind of a nice to see, and bacon is what it is. So all good. Day tomorrow for Grandma B, and yeah, hopefully everything is going to be 100% for you, Grandma B, and we really hope everything goes well. And that is kind of what we were seeing there. So definitely some nice views that we see from Merapi. So Merapi made us happy today, and I like that. Even if we go back a little bit further, there were several others, but I mean, we can spend hours looking at these. Unfortunately, we do have a few more volcanoes to cover, so let's take a look at some of the other ones. Maybe I'll just take a look at one more flow here. This is from 2:11 a.m. This was reasonably sizable as well, and a lot of that lovely bacon coming down the side of the hill. Very cool. Gotta love it, you guys. Very awesome looking. Okay, let's leave that be, and of course I'm gonna make that screen slightly smaller, and we will get off to our next one. And that is our wonderful Mount Ruapehu, and you can see how much snow is sitting on it. There's a lot of snow. If we go back just a little bit, and we'll get rid of those clouds that were hanging around there in front of it. And yeah, you can see very large amounts of snowfall have been added to the mountain, and that is pretty awesome. So, yep, definitely a snow on Mount Ruapehu. Get ready for ski season down there, and that is an awesome looking shot. Let's put that back on live, and we'll leave that there. Gonna make that one smaller, and that is completely bigger. No, smaller, I said. There we go. The other one I need to make smaller as well. Let's carry on to our chart here for Taupo. Going to click on that so we can see it a little better. And they did show that one quake, but since then we are seeing waning activity here, and that's not raining, that's waning. And it might be raining there too. I don't know right now. That is what we've got going on. The other chart, of course, from further to the north, we see it dropped down as well. So really not that much happening there. It is still up a little higher. It's well above the floor noise. So, and I think that is the rumbling out in the Pacific region that's causing some of that. So if you look at this one, you can see that spike is about the same spot as this one is. So maybe this one's a little bit, no, not quite the same spot time-wise. Just comparison, yeah, the other one would be back here a little bit. So that'd be one of these little guys. So a little bit of quakey activity there as well. And just a quick shot here to see if we can kind of tell what's going on here. Play, I want to move it, and I want to move it that way a little bit so you can see the most of the lake. Anyway, the lake is the caldera for Taupo, and that is in New Zealand. And of course, there you can see a little bit more of it on that side. Unfortunately, the way they've got the stream configured right now, we don't see as much as we used to without resizing this. Anyway, unable to see Mount Ruapehu, even though we had good visibility on it. There seems to be some cloud right in the way there. But it is back there, and that is what we've got going on. So I'm going to put that back to what they've got now, and I really hope they fix that in the future. And I'll set it back on here so I know where to look for it. And I am going to go take another break, you guys, so I'm going to put you back on the canned lava for right now, and we'll throw that music back on. So stick around after we come back from the break. We'll take a look at Semaru and see what it was doing, and then we will carry on to places like Japan. So hang in there, more to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you haven't hit that like button yet, give it a quick bump. Also, if you have not subscribed and you're enjoying the show, please consider subscribing. That'd be awesome. On that friendly note, I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go, the microphone is back on. And of course, I'm trying to keep up with things here. Throat is starting to get sore. I'm getting a headache. Just crazy. Was all right earlier. I don't know why. Anyway, all good. So thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kananaskis country and One Fish 26. Thank you very kindly. And I read that, what you said there, Cookster, that Tom Pfeiffer was the founder of volcanodiscovery.com, or actually it would have been volcanodiscovery.de at first, and then the rest. Thank you, Sharon Stewart saying, I hear you, DrFox2000, headache, go away. And that's what I say, a headache, go away. I did not order it. So, and we'll carry on. I'm going to pause that there. I did, that didn't work. Let me refresh something here real quick. Going to split the scenes, and we will just fix something up here for a second. Bear with me, and we'll see. I thought this was fixed up earlier. It changed on me again. Darn it, I hate when that happens, and that's because we had the wonderful computer drop down. And had to reboot, so we'll fix that really quickly, as quick as I can, and we'll get things on the screen here in a second, and let's see what we can do for the other shot, and grab that as well, and that should work. Okay, right about there. And we will make that one work. Okay, just about got it there. So, yeah, and if you are seeing a buffering, apparently Semaru is buffering right now. They've got some issue with their stream, likely stopped the stream. So let's just go live on that. We don't mind it buffering. But what we will do is we will go back a little ways here and take a look at some of the other shots previously, and that should work. No, maybe not. We'll go back to about here and see if it'll allow me to do its thing. They may have shut down that stream, and if that is the case, we may not see anything. It did work. So this is at 6:25. Again, they are suffering from a saturation on that camera, and that is what causes those lines. Saturation is turned up slightly too high, and makes things terrible viewing. Let's back up a little bit more here and see. This was slightly earlier, 4:51, and you can definitely see the incandescence, the glow, and some of that lava that has spilled out from earlier. And this is very, very active there at Semaru. Nice scene, and we do see it, and that is 4:52 a.m. Their time. And lovely lava, and I'm seeing that this is starting to pile up here. This is kind of odd that it would start building up, but we'll see what happens in the future with it. Of course, that pile is definitely something to be aware of, and you know, it could break down and flow down. We'll see what happens in the next day or so, if we have visibility. Backing up here, I'm trying to find a spot where it was actually doing some erupting rather than just glowing, but it doesn't look like it was doing a heck of a lot earlier. There you can see you know, it's a nice, pretty shot, but not a heck of a lot going on. That was at 3:18 a.m. and I'm just trying to see just right when it got out of the clouds. This is when it came out of the clouds at 2:51. So prior to the clouds, that was already there. And of course, everything before that was just gray. You couldn't see a darn thing. Oh, I went back a little bit further here. I did find a clear spot, and there was maybe even a little bit of an eruption there. At least some lava flow or movement, and that is at 23:31. And that was kind of neat to see. But again, prior to that, ooh, there we go. That's what we want to see. Popping, and that is always nice when we get to see a little bit of activity there. So very cool, and that is nice. I like it. Love the way the plume cloud is getting lit up by the lava. Very, very neat. And going back a little bit more, though, as I mentioned, everything was basically in the clouds here, a hit and miss. And I think I may have found another spot where it was open, and possibly even found the point at where we had an increase in lava down at the bottom of that hill. Right around there. Let's see if we can find. Oh, I just need to get into the right spot here. So let's see if we push it forward a little bit. And I'm just looking for the eruptive activity there on the seismic graph. It should be right around there. I am seeing a little bit increase. There it is. And that is at 21:03 or 9:03 p.m. their time yesterday, because they are over the international date line. So it's not 9 yet here. So that is, we're slow. They're in the future, and that was a pretty good shot. You can see it definitely threw out some more wonderful lava, and I gotta love watching that. That is pretty awesome, and nice stuff. So very, very cool, and very awesome to see the lava flow. So that was worthwhile hanging around for and searching for. And I thought that was pretty much all cloud in there, but I guess hunt and peck through the clouds, and we did find that. So yeah, I still haven't found the spot where we ended up getting all that lava down on the bottom, but I don't think they were zoomed in on it previous when that happened. They were far away. So we will leave that there, and that will stick in our minds for today. That, of course, is Semeru, East Java, and that is in Indonesia. And that is mighty fine looking for today's activity, or their yesterday's activity, because they are in the future. And we'll put it back on live and see if that will actually show, and I don't think it will. It's okay. I'm going to make that smaller. Next stop or port of call will be Japan, so let's head on over there, and we'll take a look at what we've got going on in Japan. I just have to find it on my list of, there it is, Japan. We'll make that bigger. The ice cream boat is in. You can see it right there. So, yep, if you head down and get your ice cream, you'll be okay. It's not moving yet, so we are still docked. You still have time to run down and get that ice cream cone, I think. unless that thing's going to take off now. I hope it's not going to move. Yeah, just keeping the mouse right there for a second just to see. Yeah, it's still sitting there and hasn't moved any, so they may be getting ready, so pretty awesome. Anyway, let's take a look at a couple of the other shots. And we're going to have some commercials in here. I'm going to just click on some of these other ones and get those commercials playing, and we'll do this one next. And this is ASO, and that is definitely some steaming and SO2 coming out of the vent here in ASO. Of course, we are well within that caldera. It's a huge caldera, although the active area here is basically what everyone refers to as ASO, even though it is a caldera that is several kilometers in width, maybe even 4 or 5 kilometers. It's a huge volcano when back in its day when it was really eruptive. Hundreds of thousands of years ago. But it is got smaller vents or calderas, if you want to call them that. So that is what we're referring to as ASO. And it is doing its thing. If we go back in time a little bit, we did see a conflict with clouds, and there's some of it there. And even earlier, it was rain showers in the area. So we'll leave that back on alive. That is what we're seeing there right now, and that is all good. And we can get rid of that. Let's go take a look and see what we've got at Sakurajima. Sakurajima, of course, is off-gassing pretty heavy right now. And I'm wondering, that's kind of coming towards the camera. It's pretty hard to see. It does look like there's some discoloration in here, so likely some volcanic ash or some really bad gas coming out as well. And you don't want to get any of that on you. And the ice cream boat is still there, so everyone should have ice cream by now. There we go. Next one, of course, is the close-up cam, and that is smoked out, so we're not going to be able to see that, unfortunately. So let's make that one smaller. This is another one here where we're supposed to have a different one. Thank you for the 4-minute warning, Sue. This is supposed to be a Suwanosu-jima, but it is not. And the other one here, we haven't loaded up yet. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see Asama. Asama is in the clouds, and yeah, all the way back. Not going to see anything, so we will leave Asama-san alone, and we'll make ASO a little bit smaller as well, and go back through these ones. So looking at this, so I want to see if we can back up a little bit on Sakurajima, and that is kind of what we see at 7:06 a.m. Go back a little bit more and see 6:30, 6:39 roughly, and this is at 6:06 this morning. Kind of the same. The plume isn't heading exactly in the same direction, but not bad. And there's our birds this morning at 5:34, and it looked a lot less active back at 5:34. So definitely some increase in activity. If we go back a little bit more, hard to tell what's going on here. We do have fog and a cloud, as well as some output from the volcano, so difficult to tell. If we go back into the night, though, I do know it was throwing out some more plumes of ash and smoke, and there you can see that definitely emanating from the caldera. and here again as well, and that is at 2:17 this morning. Prior to that, I think it may have been raining there, and we do see some raindrops on the camera's lens, so let's leave that back onto live. We'll make that one smaller, and we will go back over to here. Ice cream boat still intact. This is what we've got going on, and all good. So let's leave Japan. We know it's a little bit busy, but I'm not sure what exactly we're going to be able to see in the near future there for eruptions. Hopefully we'll see this Sakurajima pop a whole bunch, and that would be really awesome. Anyway, on that note, let's have a look at, I'm going to make this smaller here. We're going to have a look at one more volcano. Well, it's not really a volcano. Well, it is, but it isn't. It's a super volcano, and that is a Yellowstone National Park. And I don't know if those were bugs flying around there or whatever it is. But Yellowstone, of course, has over 500 active geysers. If you go to the Yellowstone link, you too can have a look at Yellowstone's wonderful activity. We do have, they have maps as well as this embedded video where they do pan around and get some of those other events, and Old Faithful, and as well as Steamboat, and let's see, the Beehive, etc. As far as geysers, they do show those, so worthy. So looking at these still shots as well from the area. I did want to mention that they did have a recent landslide there, and not right in, well, it's within the park boundaries, but I don't recall exactly where it was. I did see Geology Hub had it on his video, and I did read some stuff on it, and it did block a road and took out a bridge. So they were in the midst of cleaning that mess up. Other than that, that is about it. So we will put you back onto our wonderful canned lava for right now, and we will continue on with our stuff after the break. And I do need to take another break. My throat is really starting to hurt, so we'll do that. Don't go away, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. If you haven't yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you're enjoying the show. On that note, I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And, of course, we've got a canned lava from Mauna Loa on the screen. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sioux and Kananaskis country. And Brian, Perfectability 999, and Susie, thank you very much, you guys. All right, it is time to do our volcano report. So what we're going to do, actually, because I think Old Faithful is getting ready to blow her top, we'll put you over to Old Faithful while we give that volcano report. And there is a Yellowstone Old Faithful. They do have the camera pointed at it, and it is starting to steam. So let's, while that is happening, I will read our wonderful volcano report. Making rice. Don't you have to grow it first, Bob? Oh boy. Anyway, let's get over this wonderful volcano report. Late Sunday, volcanic activity of 5 volcanoes on the list. And we'll start out with Nyamuragira in the DR Congo area. That was reported from yesterday from 1755. We already seen that report, and that is all good, so that's okay. Etna in Sicily, volcanic eruption of volcanic ash emissions had ceased, reported at 1800, and we know that it stopped, but it made a mess. Well, it was going, so we did get the report from that as well. And let's go to our next one. Suwanoshijima, the one we don't have a camera at anymore, or don't see it anyway, erupted to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 1850 last night. Sangay in Ecuador, of constant emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, reported at 2015. And then we've got a Reventador in Ecuador, and that is from 14 new emissions detected to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 2330. For today, we had 11 volcanoes on the list, and of course Etna being in there. Eruption of volcanic ash emissions ceased, reported at 12 midnight, and new eruption orange observed, reported at 6:15 a.m. separate emails. So we know Etna is up and down as far as the eruptive activity, and we will definitely keep an eye on it. Then next one on the list, Ibu on Halmahera Island in Indonesia, volcanic ash to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 1:15 a.m. And his buddy Dakono on the same island, volcanic ash to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters as well, in a direct competition, and that was same time, 1:15 a.m. that was reported. And Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, localized volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, reported at 2:15 a.m. Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 21,000 feet, reported at 2:45 a.m. And it put its cloaking shield up, unable to detect at 8:45 this morning. And Sakurajima in Japan erupted to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters, reported at 2:45 a.m. And Popocatépetl in Mexico, large eruption continues to 30,000 feet or 9,100 meters, reported at 3 a.m. We did see the separate report, and of course there is our old faithful doing its thing, so all good there. Constant large eruption to 30,000 feet or 9,100 meters, reported at 9 a.m. Major volcanic ash emissions continue to 30,000 feet, 9,100 meters, reported at 1,500. So it's been cooking and going like an ever-ready bunny continually. And let's see, next one on the list is Sangay in Ecuador. Volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, reported at 7:45 this morning. And then we had a separate report from Anaya Muragira in DR Congo. We've already looked at both of those reports. 7:58 a.m. is where that second one was sent in. And let's see, Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, new volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 1,300. And Reventador in Ecuador is last on the list. New volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 13:15 today. So thank you, Sue, for sending in that wonderful report. And that is awesome as usual. And really, I do appreciate it. And thanks for doing that, as well as the other reports on our wonderful DR Congo one, as well as the other ones that we've covered so far, which would have been Etna, obviously, Popocatépetl as well. So all cool with those. So awesome to be able to see. And there's Old Faithful continuing on for the show here. That is awesome. And yeah, my throat is actually starting to really hurt, and I don't know if I'm going to go on too much longer here. So I have to be careful with really trying to enunciate too loudly. So hopefully that is okay with you guys. I'm going to be speaking a little bit softer. Anyway, let's go over to our earthquakes really quickly. And we'll leave Yellowstone and the earthquake map. I'm going to try to do what I can. And we will go find it real quick. There it is. And we will start up here at Kamchatka Peninsula area. We've got a 4.3 at 12:06 is the time on that, and 497.7 kilometers down, and that is in that bay there. So let's take a look at these other ones. This one here is Rat Island, 4.4 from yesterday at 21:11, 101.4 kilometers down. A little guy here, 2.3 near Rat Island. I'm not going to worry about him. Look at this, absolutely nothing shaking there on our wonderful, oh, what the heck is that island called again? I forgot, starts with T. Oh my God, mental block. I hate when that happens. Yeah, Tanaga Island, that's it. Thanks, Sue. Glad you are thinking. It happens on occasion, you guys. Just to get those mental blocks. I'm not seeing very much activity here at these other volcanoes either. Aniakchak is there, and Trident volcano. We've got one little quake. The other ones are on the other mountains. So that is what we're seeing. Nothing really major there. And we are sliding down the coast, looking to see what else we've got. We do have this guy 3.1 out the same place here, west of Petrolia, California. 23.9 clicks down. Nothing really major though, and we'll carry on. We do see these ones in Texas continuing. 3.9, they're getting bigger. 3.1, 3.9. That is from 1659, 8 kilometers down roughly for him. And over here, Dominican Republic had a 4.4 on that island, and that is from 1856, 15.2 kilometers down. We have this here in Colombia, a 4.5, and that came in at 1114, 121 kilometers down for him. And next one is this guy in Bolivia, 4.8, and that came in at 1:51 a.m., 613 kilometers down. Next is this Chilean one, a 4.1 from yesterday at 22:47, 129 clicks down. Nothing new down here in South Sandwich Islands. Moving over a little bit, we aren't seeing anything here in our New Zealand theater as per se. And looking up here, this is a Tonga region of 5.1 from 7:30 a.m., 39 kilometers down for him. And of course, Loyalty Island area, we are seeing a few more here. 5.5 from 52 minutes after midnight, 30 kilometers down for him. 4.9 from 1852, 10 clicks down. 4.9 from 1654, or sorry, 1659, 10 kilometers down. 5.0 from 1545, 10 kilometers down. Next one is a 5.1 from 1654. So it gives you a little bit of an idea. There's still ongoing activity, more than we had earlier. And there's this 5.3 here in Solomon Islands, and that is 10 kilometers down, 7:36 a.m. And this has a couple here, Banda Sea 5.2 from yesterday, 22:45, and the other one is 4.3 from 10:59 today. So a little bit of activity there. We don't see anything else in Indonesia other than this one. 4.5 from 1550, 35 kilometers down. Moving up into the Philippines, we see a 4.6, and that is from 1602 at 10 kilometers down. Getting up here into the Japanese islands, 4.2 from 1711, 173.4 clicks down. And just off of the coast, this is Tokyo there. We do have two quakes, 4.9, 4:46 a.m. is the time on that one, and 9.2 kilometers down. The other one is a 5.1, and they call it 42 kilometers east of Shimodo, Japan, and that is from 1:42 a.m. our time. 10 kilometers down for him as well. We got the one in Kamchatka. That's all good. Going here, this is Myanmar or India. India, well, let's see. Where's the border? I don't know. Is that always messes me up. We switch to a street map, and we can see that is Myanmar. It's not India. Come on. Oh, these guys, they like to mess me up. 5.0, and that is from 2045, and yesterday 10 kilometers down for Myanmar. And let's go. We had the same issue with this one. That's also in Myanmar. And going up here, this is Afghanistan 4.9, yesterday's 23.43. And going over here, Iran 4.5 from 11.36, 10 kilometers down. And I ran right away from it. And then we have a 2 here in Turkey. That is a 4.3, Central Turkey, 10:42 a.m. and 10 kilometers down. The other one is a 4.4, and that is 10:06, 5.3 kilometers down. So a couple of shakers there, and we don't see too many other ones on the map. And let's go zoom into Hawaii real quick and see what is shaking there. Because of my voice not being very good, I'm not going to go over all of these volcanoes. I'm just going to, or all of these earthquakes. I'm just going to pick out a few. Pahala area has, what is that, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13 within the last 24 hours. And some of them are interesting, but some are just really just small stuff. So 1759, we had this one that's a 2.0, 30 clicks down. These other ones 2.1 from yesterday, 2.3 from today, 1616. And let's see, we got 1.8 there, 1.4 there, the one right on the coast, 2.5, a little bigger, 27 minutes after midnight. And that kind of thing. Let's take a look and see what this guy is. 2.1, and that is, they're calling it a Pahala, but it's on the side slopes of Mauna Loa. That's yesterday's 23:31, 6 kilometers below sea level. And we are seeing continued activity here around our wonderful Kilauea. And let's just test out a few of these up here. 3.0, that's a little bit bigger, and that's from 1821, fairly new, 800 meters below sea level. 2.1, 12 noon, 4.9 clicks down. This one, 2.1 from 10:01 a.m., 2.4 kilometers down. I'm just grabbing some randomly here so we get a general idea of depth and stuff. 2.4, 11:35, and that was a 1.8 kilometers below sea level. 2.2 here, 11:39, 2.9 clicks down, and that's a 2.2. 2.3 beside it, 12 noon, and that is 3.7 kilometers down. Let's check around the caldera here. We got a few. 1.8, 4:10 a.m., 700 meters below sea level. 0.8, very small, 9:45 a.m., 900 meters below sea level. This one, another 0.8, 14:14 was the time, 600 meters below sea level. This straggler here, 1.5, 14:43. And that is from 2.3 kilometers down for him. We'll grab this 1.5 here. 10:12 was the time on that, and that is what is it? 2 kilometers below sea level. Did I get this 1.8? Yeah, 4:10 a.m. 700 meters below sea level. So a few quakes there. I'm not going to hit the rest of them. Just I can't. Do it with my voice right now, and we will take a quick peek at what's going on in the Canary Islands, and we'll see if there's anything major or new going on. We have this guy. It is a 4.0, and that is out in the water, 51 kilometers down. 10:47 a.m. Or 10:47 UTC is the time on it. So that is a sizable quake. Looking at La Palma itself, we have this one. That is very interesting. This is underneath the Cumbre Vieja lava field. It's 1 kilometer down, and that's a likely compression, and that is a 2.1 in magnitude, 6:08 a.m. For that guy, and that happened today. The other one showing there is from 2 days ago, so that is what we've got there. I'm not going to worry about these other ones. They're just small stuff. It is a time for a break, and thank you. I'm going to put it back on here. After the break, we'll come back and we will take a look at our SO2 map, and we'll try to keep that short as well. Like I said, my voice is starting to really go, so I need to we go. The microphone is back on. Oh, that reminds me. I want to thank Kathy for the tuna fish sandwich with a cheese suggestion. Last week I made one, and it was a yummy toasted. Actually, I had two. I had one yesterday, and it tasted so good. I made a second one there, Sharon. And that is all good. And thank you for the welcome backs, you guys, from Kananaskis country, and Sue and Susie, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart. And yep, yeah, your poor throat and sinus. Actually, my sinus is getting better. I mean, I do still have the sinus infection, but it's nowhere near as bad as whatever it was before. So, but my throat, after a little while here, it was getting a little bit nasty again, and it does hurt right now. So, I'm trying to not to vocalize too much, as far as being excited or exaggerating out the sounds. Trying to keep it a little bit civil. Anyway, I'm very disappointed in the weather. People, they said, "Oh yeah, you're going to get thunderstorms for about 4 or 5 hours," and I'm very disappointed. We got 6 drops of rain, and I mean, I counted 6. That is it. Anyway, we need more rain here. They did say thunderstorms and rain, and that's what we got. That is pretty poor as far as the way the weather guessers are doing their thing. So anyway, let's look at what we've got for SO2 around the world real quick. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Kamchatka Peninsula, not that much happening there. Pretty easy going as far as I can tell. Looking at most of Canada, we do see that Alberta is starting to ease up. Northern Saskatchewan, that fire is still going pretty strong up there. Hopefully they will get some of that under control, and hopefully we will get some more rain in our area here as well. We'll see when we get to the precipitation portion. Looking at Northern Ontario, not the greatest, but not that bad. And looks like the rest of Ontario, with the exception down on the panhandle here, is pretty clear. Quebec, Newfoundland, Labrador, Nova Scotia, PEI, those areas are pretty good. We do see a little bit there in New Brunswick, but not much. U.S. not looking bad. Western side really clear for the most part. Eastern portions, of course, a little bit heavier, with some of that smoke having drifted down over top of the Great Lakes and getting adding to the stuff that they've got around there already from the fairly dense population area. Looking down here, we know where this is from. This is all from Popocatépetl, and the way this is kind of streaming around right now, the circulation, it is dumping it down a little further south. So that is where it is, but most of it is staying in Mexico. We are seeing a little bit of clear stuff along the northern coast of the Gulf of Mexico there. So that's not bad. Central areas, I hear Central America still dumping out into the Pacific. Nothing really major, and nothing till we get down here. And I'm still a little confused as to what volcano is causing this, and I am not sure. And we do see it kind of going all the way from up here downward. We do know Sangay is in there, and Sangay is definitely erupting. So that could be from Sangay, but you never know. There could be other influences there. They may even have some fires there. Sabancaya in here, Reventador. Reventador in Ecuador. Okay, Sabancaya doing its thing. So Sangay and Reventador. And anyway, the Chilean ones are pretty normal. And of course, it's smoking pretty bad there in Rio de Janeiro. That is actually not that bad. I'm kidding. Mars 2028 is there enjoying his time, and that is all good. The plume that we seen that came out of we figured it was a submariner of some sort here along the Kermadec Ridge, and that plume is still hanging in there. I'm sure it'll go eventually. Not so much coming from White Isle Volcano refinery and by Melbourne doing its thing. The coking plants are still north of Sydney producing there. Tofua doing its thing. Yasur still working away. Aoba and Agawa not as heavy today. Also not so heavy there, and the Papua New Guinea area. It may be because of rain coming down and being rained out, cleaning the air. And then, of course, Luotolak there continuing to do its thing. Most of that is drifting to the west, adding to what is coming out of Semeru. Looks like a little bit easier from our Merapi. And then I haven't not heard of any new reports from what's happening here at Krakatau as far as output levels. We know Jakarta is very densely populated, and they've got quite a bit of SO2 there. And of course, Kerinci and Marapi are responsible for that area. And this is from Sinabang. So that is what we've got there. The other areas don't really show anything. Ibu and Dakono in this area doing their thing, not as heavy today. And Mayon and Bulasan are still working away for that area. And of course, Taal volcano is still active and throwing out SO2, as well as Manila and the population area there. Not bad for Taiwan. China are pretty normal. And looking here, we do have some from Suwanoshi-jima, but majority of this. Okay, and what just happened? This readjusted itself, or am I on a wrong date all of a sudden? It changed the dates on me. Let me go back to that. There we go. Why did it change dates on me? Anyway, it went and changed 2 days ahead. I don't understand that. Anyway, that is Sakurajima putting out a lot of that SO2. It's a good thing I noticed that. We aren't seeing so much coming from ASO, but we do still see a darkened area there, so we know we've got more pluming out of there. And then we go up and we see very clear in the middle here, but we do see this area, and that is from Asama. Asama-san continuing to produce a lot of SO2. We already talked about Kamchatka, not going to worry about that. India, pretty normal for this time of year. And sliding down here. Sue, you know, you're probably right, though, about Reventador and Sangay. I do believe Sangay has got quite a bit of it, but that is what we've got going on. South Africa from the gold smelting are still doing their things. And this one, of course, is, what is it? It's Naira, oh boy, I forgot that name again. I'll have to look it up. Anyway, the two in Goma 1 and 2. The two volcanoes there. The one is more active than the other one, and we also have SO2 being generated by coking plants in addition to that, and that should be all right. That is what the it's going to bug me now. I have to look at the name of that volcano, and I'll get it. Nyamura Gira. Nyamura Gira. There we go. I got it. That is what a lot of that will be coming from. Very little from Urta Ale. We do see here the coking plants, not coking plants, oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran is producing a lot of SO2. And this mess is coming out directly from our wonderful Mount Etna, for a volcano that just doesn't want to stop. And we'll see what happens in the future with Etna there. And we aren't seeing anything coming from Iceland at all. So that is it for our SO2 report. Let's start on our actual weather report. And we'll take a look and see what we've got cooking. Fairly nice up in Alaska again, up to 20 degrees in some places we see, and some nicer weather up really far up in the north. And my chat closed down on me again. Had to refresh the stream. Oh, Sue, that's too bad. Anyway, we see warm weather all the way along the Mackenzie River here, and I'm sure that all the ice would have broken up by now and been moving out into the Arctic Ocean. So that's what this line is here, the Mackenzie River. And it is a huge river, you guys. If you've ever, well, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it is, the Mackenzie River is massive. It is a massive, massive river. And it's just incredible the amount of water that goes through there. So it drains a lot of area, and it's incredible. Anyway, very warm temperatures up north, and I can tell you the buzz flies up there will be huge by now. Looking at British Columbia, a lot cooler than what we see out in the prairies. Vancouver coming in at about 14, 15 degrees. Bob's place right now, I don't know, what do you got there, Bob? About 14, 15, 16 maybe, if Bob is here. That should be about it. And let's see what we got. Edmonton, it says 18 degrees right now. Looks like we have, this is the problem. This is why we're not getting the rain. The rain is coming this way, and we've got this push from the hot spot into Edmonton and area. So this is why we're not getting the rain. The rain clouds are sitting over on this side, getting pushed back. Unfortunately, Calgary's sitting at 14, Lethbridge a little bit warmer at 19, and Kananaskis country is sweating at 23 or 24 degrees there in a swift current. Moving over, we see Winnipeg sitting at about 21, 22. Judy M is probably enjoying her day at about 22 to 23 degrees there. Here's that colder stuff up in the north, and we see what we've got there. Sue, you needed an exclamation and not the @ sign, dear. And there we go. We see it's not that bad. Hudson's Bay fairly cool. We do see the colder stuff out in the eastern portions. There's a low, and that is pulling down that cold air. And of course we see at -9 in some places up here in northern Quebec and Labrador. So I know a slip of the finger. That is okay. Malahat, not Malahat. But yeah, that is okay. 13 over there. Okay. Yeah, Bob lives in a hut. Actually, he lives in the hood. Not that warm there in New Brunswick, and looks like we have about 6 degrees, 5 or 6 there in Halifax. Cole Harbor probably be about a 5 as well, and it looks very, very cold out here on the Cabot Trail. We need to send 6 degrees at Cole Harbor. Excellent. We need to send blankets and some warming relief for the Cabot Patch kids. And looking at Newfoundland, they of course are down to -1 in some places. And then we've got warm stuff in the middle here, up to about 10 degrees in some places, but the Avalon Peninsula is still quite cool at 2 or 3 degrees roughly. Let's take a look at the other stuff. Did we get Montreal 11? Quebec is, yeah, I didn't go through these other ones here. Toronto's 12, Detroit is 16, Chicago is sitting at a wonderful 16 or 17, that's not bad. Portland about a 15, and zooming in just a tad, 19 is San Jose. Sacramento 28, 29 degrees. We are seeing 30, 31s, 32s all the way up there to the northern portions up near Reading and Bakersfield, coming in at about 34, and Sharon's place probably about 22 right now. Mexicali sitting at about 34. Let's see how hot it is there. I see probably about 39 or something on the list, but we do see up to 40 degrees. 37. Yeah, we do see up to 40 degrees, and there's even a 41 in there. So 41 in the warmest places in Death Valley, but 37 still pretty hot. Las Vegas 34 degrees. Mexicali coming in at 34, 35. And we see temperatures in Southern California up to about 36 degrees. Going over to Phoenix, we got 35 degrees in Phoenix. Tucson, 31 degrees. And looking here, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 23 right now. If we go down into Texas, looks like 28s, 29s, not that bad. 26 in Corpus Christi, and 24 in San Antonio, 26 in Houston, Austin coming in at 25, Dallas at 24. We see a disturbance here, and that's Wichita Falls to the south of that. Abilene area probably getting some thunderstorms. Oklahoma City coming in at about 21 degrees there. And let's go look at Little Rock 23, and New Orleans at 26 right now, and Montgomery, Alabama 21. Atlanta is sitting at 17, Miami at 27, and 23 in Orlando. Looking at Jacksonville at 23 degrees there. Sliding up a little bit more, looking at Charlotte, North Carolina, and that is 20 degrees. Grandma B's house sitting at a comfortable 18 degrees, 19 degrees. That's a not bad temperature. Virginia Beach at 17, Washington 19, Baltimore 20, Philadelphia coming in at 17, New York at 14 right now, and Boston coming in at 12. While you are looking for your tea, I'll have a cuppa Yeah, why don't you make me some tea there, Sue? I wouldn't mind that right now. Put some honey in it. 26 is Cancun, and we are seeing about 17 to 19 degrees for Mexico City. Just trying to see some of those high temperatures here. 34 is the highest I see in that area. What about over here? 35, still a no of 41 like in Death Valley. So that is okay. Mazatlan about 27 right now. Looks like the vacation places along the Baja looking pretty darn nice. Central America pretty normal. This looks like a little bit cooler in Colombia today, and we are seeing 27 as the highest temperature, and we got up to about 28 there right now for Venezuela as well. So a little bit easier, and 25, 26 in the jungly areas, and we see the Amazon basin sitting at about 26, 27 degrees as well, and that is not quite as hot as it normally gets. So we are seeing, yeah, 24 and 25 in Bolivia, up to 25 there in Paraguay. Bottom end here we see about 18 or 19 for the higher elevations, and Rio de Janeiro sitting at 20 degrees right now, and that is not bad for late in the evening for them. 13 in Sao Paulo, a lot cooler, and of course the higher elevations always going to be a lot colder. 17 there in Buenos Aires, and Paysandú coming in about 18 degrees there in Paraguay. Not Uruguay, I meant. And there we go. We can see that cold is working its way further north all the time, and we are seeing those negative temperatures down on the bottom end of Argentina, and of course in Chile. And we've got a really heavy ridge here as far as this low. That is pretty nasty, and of course that is doing its thing. Going over to New Zealand real quick. I do need to take a break, you guys. We'll come back and do New Zealand after the break. And Grenzed, gotta go. See ya. Take care, Grenzed. Just a quick peek. 15 there in Wellington, and then the northern end here, Auckland, coming in at 17. Stay warm, Grenzed, and hope that is all good for you. Taupo coming in at about 15, and Hastings coming in about 16. So that's what we've got there. The southern portions looking a little chillier, 14 down in Christchurch. And we'll leave New Zealand be at that. We can see that they got single digits all along the west coast of the South Island. I'll break there, and we'll go put you back on the canned lava. I need to rest my throat. I'll be back. Thanks. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kananaskis country. And everybody is making their tea right now, so not a problem. And thank you, Susie, for that welcome back as well. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. All right. Anyway, let's park our canned lava here for a minute, and we will get back to our weather map, and whether we like it or not. We did have a quick peek at what was going on in New Zealand. I do want to mention that we've got that massive circulation here. That is a low, and that is pulling up some of that colder air. That's what's going on. So and we do have a high sitting here, and that is twirling the other way, of course, and it is pulling a warmer air into Australia, which is really nice. And some of that heat is actually getting down into Tasmania, which I'm sure they're enjoying because it was horribly cold. Hobart is 15 degrees right now, and we see the border or coastal areas sitting at some of those temperatures as well, up to 17 in some spots in Tasmania. That's not bad. Melbourne coming in at about 16, 15, 16, not bad for Leo. A little cooler there in Adelaide, 14, 15, and looks like about 17, 18 there in New Zealand. Brisbane coming in at about 23 degrees right now. That's not so bad. And we'll take a look at some of the other areas up here. This high is probably helping the Tonga area, but not by much. Looks like the Kermadec Ridge and Kermadec Islands are probably getting some stormy stuff. And it looks like a little cooler there in Fiji, 26, 27. New Caledonia is down a few degrees as well. Vanuatu not quite up to that 29 that they're usually sitting at. And we have another storm system sitting here. That's a high versus, well, here's another high here. And there's the low, Marwar. It's Mawar, and I'm gonna keep it. Anyway, Australia up to 30 degrees, and the other end. Did I get Perth? I didn't get Perth. 20, yeah, somewhere around 20 degrees there in Perth. And we see a little cooler there. Well, northern portions of Papua New Guinea are not bad. Southern portions a little bit on the cooler side as well. And looks like Indonesia, though, doing its pretty normal thing. With temperatures right around that 30-degree mark. Bangkok coming in at about 31, 32. Thank you, Sue. And looks like Manila sitting out at about that same temperature, 31, 32. And here we see a big difference between the two areas. And well, hang on, Hong Kong coming in about 25. We got that nasty low sitting right there. That is messing things up as well. So that is a couple of storms there. So you got this guy, you got that guy, definitely making a mess of their weather. 23 in Kagoshima, that's not bad for right now. Tokyo a lot cooler at 15. So a southern portion here, a pretty warm, northern portion, pretty cold. Only 11 in Sapporo. And Sapporo apparently makes a good beer, from what I heard. I wish I could try some. Unfortunately, I can't drink. And up to 14 degrees on the Kamchatka Peninsula on the western side. Eastern side, though, ones and zeros, and that is even cold for this time of year. And looking at what we got in Delhi, they're coming in at a whopping 30 degrees right now. That is pretty warm. India is gone up to 34, 35 degrees in some places. That's even warmer than Sri Lanka. And Madagascar is still holding. What time is it in Bangkok? I have no idea. I don't have time to answer that, Susie. I don't know. And, Bangkok probably about 4 or 5 a.m., something like that. Just about 6 a.m. Just wait till it gets really warm, until they get sunshine. Fabian is still there. And then we see Cape Town coming in at about 13 degrees. And hang on, if it, I'm just trying to think how many time zones they are over. It should be about 7 over, and just about 8 in Indonesia on Java. So yeah, the desert looks cold. Yeah, this area doesn't look very warm here. It looks very cold down in South Africa too, with temperatures down to 0 degrees in some places, -1. Likely going to get some snow. Wow, that is not good for them. Central regions and not bad temperatures, but not super hot. And we are seeing up to about 35 degrees there in the Sahara Desert right now. That's not that bad. UAE over here coming in at about 30, 31. 33 is the highest for Saudi Arabia. Seeing Riyadh coming in at about 29. We got about 19 there in Cairo. Baghdad coming in at about 25. Going over a little bit, we do still see that very cold temperature sitting up on the higher elevations, and going all the way over and from Morocco into Algeria, as well as Tunisia. Even the northern coast of Libya is quite cold and not as warm as it could be. Let's take a look at there is a Sapporo, a non-alcoholic beer. Oh, I'll have to maybe consider looking into that. I bet you buy it at the liquor store, don't you? Piggy's temperature probably about 17 or 18 from the looks of it. Excellent, thank you, Sue. And a quick peek at Athens, 16 right now, 15, 16. And looking at Redanzo, that is what do we got? It says a 9 here. That's dead on the money. Excellent. And Catania is at 15, and the coastal area is a lot warmer, so that is nice. Looking at Naples coming in at about 17 degrees. That is a good temperature. Rome coming in at 15, and going up to Milano, also 17 up there. That is pretty awesome. Looks a little bit warmer today there in Sardinia, but still not the greatest. Looking at those temperatures, Spain has just got a big problem warming up this year. 16 in Lisbon, and we see 14 in Spain. Aurelio's house only about 11. We do see some of the valleys are warmer, but the higher elevations are definitely cold. France is looking warmer than Spain, and that is always scary. 12 there in Nantes, home of Tanto. And then, of course, we've got 13 there in Paris. Let's go over here and look at Munich. 15 degrees right now. Wow, 16 in Frankfurt for nighttime temperatures. Those are incredible. 14 for Cologne. Yvonne Kunkel's house about 13. We got anywhere from about 12 to 14 there for our wonderful OFU Lux in Luxembourg. And speaking of OFU Lux, I haven't seen them. Canadian liquor stores or more likely grocery stores may have it. I'll have to take a look in the grocery store. I don't frequent liquor stores for some strange reason. I think you all know why. Anyway, 13 in Brussels, 12 in Amsterdam, and we're seeing anywhere from about 14 to 11 degrees there in Holland. Going over to Berlin, seeing 16 over there. Wow, 15, 16 in Hamburg. Copenhagen coming in at 12. Aarhus at 13. And there we've got about 12 degrees in Oslo. Stockholm is at 12 as well. Going over to St. Petersburg, 11 degrees. Moscow coming in at about 14, 15. That is pretty nice. And looking at London, only about 8 or 9 degrees there. Looks like Wales maybe slightly warmer in some spots, but looks like lower temperatures in the higher elevations, of course. So that's what we're seeing. Leeds coming in at about 9. And Aberdeen is sitting at 6. Glasgow 7. And we've got mid-range single digits there in most of Scotland. Dublin coming in at about 8 right now, and Doolin coming in about 9 or 10 from what we see here. So that is pretty awesome, depending on where they are on the coast. Reykjavik, the city of Reykjavik in Iceland, coming in at about 7 or 8 degrees. It looks like 8 on here, which matches what the other weather guessers are saying. So pretty awesome. We do see some warmer temps in some places as well, but still cold up in the ice fields here, and the eastern side is still only about 4 degrees. So that's kind of what we got there. Going to switch to precipitation, and I can tell you right now, they are lying to us. There is no thunderstorms over top of me. Looking at Alaska, we do see the coastal areas getting hit. Some rain in the interior Northwest Territories and the Yukon sharing that little bit of a system. British Columbia definitely getting some rain. And southern areas here, that storm supposedly moved up, but we do see a bunch of different rain systems there in British Columbia. And when you're looking at this, I should be seeing thunderstorms and lightning outside and rain. And what are they saying? We have, it says 4 millimeters. Well, I wonder what those guys been smoking, because it's not raining outside. Like seriously, what the heck is going on? And I don't see any rain. Matter of fact, I was watching the sunset because it was clear enough to see the sun. So I don't know. I don't quite understand that. Busted their forecast. Yep, they are not doing very good. We may have storms there. I have no idea. But looking at all the lightning around here, it should be storming like mad right now. And like I said, they're saying I've got 4 millimeters of rain coming down. Well, everything is dry outside. I'm sorry, it doesn't work. It doesn't wash. Oh, I know, it's bad. Anyway, we'll hope to get some rain, and all the lightning strikes, so if that's what's happening, likely going to start more fires. I hope not. Saskatchewan's got some rain as well. They really need some rain up here, though. Hopefully they'll get some. We do see some rain in northern Manitoba, and of course northern Quebec, as well as there in Hudson's Bay. And going to the eastern side, it looks like Avalon Peninsula is getting hit right now. Looks like Sue is out of the bad stuff, and she'll have better weather for a little while, even though she's still getting the cold weather. And we've got a bunch of little storms there throughout. It looks like Montana, Wyoming, Nevada, and Utah, and the northern portions of Arizona and New Mexico and Colorado. And of course, we are seeing some stuff here in Texas, northern Texas. Going over and looking here, we see some stuff. I guess would be Alabama for the most part, and what is it? Jackson? Is that Mississippi? Or Jackson, Louisiana? No, Louisiana is the other one. This is Louisiana, right? This is Mississippi. Mississippi, and the looks like Tennessee getting some storms as well, and of course Alabama, and going down into Florida, all kinds of different isolated storms. Hopefully nothing too crazy. And no rain here till Wednesday. Yeah, it's supposed to be raining now. Don't get on the weather guys. The weather. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it. The weather people sometimes just don't do right. They look at forecasts. They don't look at actual stuff going on, and it really does irritate me sometimes. You know, it's the old thing: stick your hand out the window. Is it raining? No. Is there any drops on anything? No. So to me, it's not raining. And do we hear a thunder? No. Do we see lightning? No. Anyway, I'm sorry. Pet peeve. Bad forecasting. Nowcasting is the best. Yeah. That is a little bit more accurate. Anyway, we see the low here pulling that cold air across southern end of New Zealand. The other low here twirling all this moisture around. That, of course, is going to move east. Hopefully, that'll be okay for them. And we see that high circulating here in Australia. And, of course, it's going to try to push some warmer air down. And here you can see that the front that is mixing with the cold air, so that's going to generate some rain as well. The rest of Australia pretty dry. Looks like Fiji is getting some pretend rain. Same with New Caledonia. No, sorry, I mean Vanuatu. New Caledonia is dry. Papua New Guinea has got some rain happening there. They've got a high sitting there. And then, of course, Mawar. Mawar's fighting its battle up here. Yeah. Looks like a fairly okay, some isolated showers on Java and those eastern islands. Nothing too severe. We do see a little bit of a system there west of Sumatra working its magic. And some smaller storms there over top of Singapore. A little bit over here along the coastal regions of Myanmar and, of course, Thailand and Philippines. Yep, and even Hong Kong getting rain. What a surprise. It rains a lot in Hong Kong. I had a friend who lived there for many years, and he said, yeah, we always get rain. It's like a daily thing. And here's why it's so cold. We have that low sitting off of Japan from Tokyo, actually south of Tokyo, further north. And that is what we've got going on. Kamchatka Peninsula has got a low twirling around there, so they've got a mix of rain and snow happening as well. And there's a Fabian still doing its thing. It hasn't moved much in the last day or so, and reminds me of Freddie. And looking at a little bit of a rain in Madagascar, southern portions of Africa, pretty dry, central regions in the jungle, of course, they are getting some rain. Sahara's dry. I'm surprised to see some rain in UAE. Oh, sorry, I mean UAE is over here, Saudi Arabia. And of course, we have rain in various places in Turkey. And Piggy be getting some rain right now too. And thunderstorms, maybe, depending on what the weather guessers are doing. And looks like Sicily is dry. Most of Italy is dry. Sardinia looks dry. Bottom end of Spain is getting nailed, and we are seeing some of that in the ocean here, not the ocean, Mediterranean Sea as well. So that's going all the way through the Strait of Gibraltar. Bottom end of Portugal getting a little bit in France, nothing major, and looks like Switzerland has got some rain. Germany has got some rain up throughout, going up north and getting through Hamburg, and that is going up into Denmark as well. Looks like the eastern portions of Denmark are not bad. Norway, not looking so happy. They've got quite a bit of rain and snow happening, and that goes all the way up for the most part to about that point there. Not the really far north. That is dry looking. And Finland has got some rain as well in the southern areas. So that's not bad. And England, Ireland, Wales, and Scotland are dry. They are dry right now. That is all good. And seeing what we've got in Iceland, yeah, great weather if you're a duck. Looks like a rain in many places. You pick it. The eastern part, though, not getting quite as much. We do see some ice rain in the interior, plus snowflakes, indicating a snow. And of course, Greenland turning more white once again with extra layers of fresh snow. And yeah, I don't know. These guys are wrong. Wrong. It's not thunder and lightning. I haven't heard any. I got the window open. You guys hear any thunder? I don't hear any thunder. It's pretty straightforward. It speaks for itself. So. Susie, you're waving. Are you saying, oh, you're going, okay. Not yet. Okay. Good night, Susie, if you're leaving. And let's put it on temperatures. And we're going to find the cold spot on the planet. So far, Death Valley at 41 degrees is the hot spot. And let's see what we can find here. Minus 72 so far, and what do we got? Minus 72. You don't see anything colder yet. Let's go over here and just sneak around a little bit. Just go fishing, and we'll see. Minus 70. There's a minus 70 there. 70, okay. Minus the 60s. There's a 73. And let's go take a look in that region, see if we find anything colder. Minus a 74 so far, and that is looking not so cold as no minus 90s right now. That's probably good for all the non-existent inhabitants. Minus a 76 right there. Wow, that dropped. So let's take a look at that region. Minus a 75, minus 76. That is not bad. Not the minus 90s that we were seeing. So minus a 76. I'm not seeing anything colder than that. Minus 72, 71, that's starting to warm up. Minus a 75 there, minus 76 again. And do we see anything colder? Come on, give me minus 80. No. Well, I'm going to have to live with a minus 76 degrees Celsius. I don't see anything else colder. So I'm going to stick with it, a minus 76. Oh, Sue found a minus 77. Oh, way to go, Sue. I get another first degree beating. A way to go. That is awesome. Let's leave it at that for today, ladies and gentlemen. And that is our volcano stream for today. My voice is done. And we will put you back on the canned lava for right now. And I'm going to make this quick. So thank you, everyone, for being here today. And really do appreciate all of you, the entire lava family. And I know that we're anticipating some rain, but I don't believe much in the weather guessers. I'm more the stick your hand out the window and see what's going on kind of guy. Anyway, that's it for today's wonderful stream. Big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, and of course Piggy also for her £2 super chat, but also everything that she does for us. And since Piggy is not here, Tom and I are working on something. We want to send Piggy a nice box of stuff. So since she's not here, she don't know about it. She don't need to know about it. Hope she's not listening. Anyway, I will discuss that later sometime. On that friendly note, though, it is time to wrap up. So thanks, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, as well as Joseph Fields, Texas, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and maybe Lucas Snow, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators. You guys are awesome. And big thank you to Sue and for the volcano reports and everything. That's always great. And thanks for keeping a score there, Sharon Stewart. Appreciate that. And on those friendly notes, I need to wrap it up. Be good, be kind, and take care of yourselves. And please, most of all, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night. And, oh, by the way, I'm working tomorrow, so stream may be a few minutes late, but we'll get it on there. Good night, and take care. Oink, oink.